Cassie, can you hear me?
I was going to say we missed our chance to talk
about her.
She smiled. She heard that.
Everybody else. Okay, can you hear us now? I see a nod.
Is the head nod?
Can you hear me anywhere? Volume's okay, no feedback.
Okay,
Hello.
but I did not see your image. Is there a camera on that one? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm done.
Come on in. Oh, yeah. Thank you. This is for Lizzie, right? Okay. Perfect. Thank you. Getting logged on the board doc now. Late. Okay.
I'm not for sure where I'm at.
Do you have a camera on your
I've been
screen?
zooming with this one.
Okay.
Yeah, you're on. Your camera's not on, but you've got a square. It doesn't show you your own video.
If you scroll down like this, Jenny, does this pop up? And then there's the video camera. Is there a line for it? Nope. There's not.
I can turn it on and off. Should be on.
We had to give access to.
Huh. Your camera is plugged.
Well, I could give you mine, and I could use my phone.
Do we need a camera? It's not the end of the world if one of those isn't.
It shows, I mean, at least.
It links your voice to your. That's the only thing is if you're not video camera, people might wonder who's talking. But if you're the only one not video camera, I think it's by default.
Well, if you're in, I mean, there's a witness here. It's not like you're sitting at your house.
It's been working. I don't know what.
Yeah, I've seen you for the last month.
You should
2 months.
look at this. It takes it in the middle of the room. Yeah. It picks up a force from 360. So you sit in the middle of the room, and it puts you in. It puts you in your little spot, and the audio is awesome. And so, I don't know. I don't think they're terribly expensive, but you can. How many cameras will it take? Well, it's voice recognition. Oh, so it sits in the middle. You don't have to be connected to anything. We just have a meeting in the middle. Yeah. And it goes around and it finds you. So there's only 4 cameras, but it knows who's talking. Well, actually, it's a 360 camera. It's a 360 camera, so it finds your face and it puts you in a box. It is. Yep. I mean, you can take it anywhere. I mean, we use it. We started using it so much, and then that's the one feed that goes out, and the audio and everything is just awesome. You don't have to worry about feedback. It's called an owl.
The problem is now, though, I can't do a split screen with Word docs.
You should be able to just close your Google screen, or you don't have to split screen.
I guess you're right. I don't need to look at the people that I'm sitting next to. But my vanity, I'm not going to be able to check myself, Roger.
Put that thing there in the center, which you see everybody.
All right.
And then put your screen just like this.
Are we missing anything?
Yeah, Andy for the live stream.
It said he was on.
Is it mine? Okay, it's just not on my screen. It was? Okay.
Andy Hansen is also here, according to the top of the screen.
Yes. Okay. I got half away.
Yeah, you better hurry up. We're about to start. Okay.
All right, we're good to go.
All right. Are we ready?
Hold on.
See it. I haven't used this device for 3 months. There we go. All right.
We had 11 lost.
Use that. Is Jill remoting in? They're coming, both of them. Jill's on the highway and Justin's right behind her. That's the dialogue. Well, we'll go ahead and start the meeting. Please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Great. Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
I move we approve the agenda as presented.
Okay. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Okay. Consent agenda includes approval of the minutes, approval of the financials, Feeding Kansas Kids during COVID, $3,000 grant acceptance, the Kermit general liability, property and vehicle insurance renewal, and workman's comp renewal with Assurance Partners, change at our health broker from HUB to Aspershire, food service procurement plan, and the approval of the milk bid.
Can I ask a question before we go much farther? What is the health broker? We're not changing policies or plans or.
We've had a health broker for a long time now. They help train our staff. They provide some services. The concern was it wasn't enough services for what we were paying them. So we got another one who works better with our financial advisor company, and who undercut the other company.
Good enough.
Okay. Is there a motion to approve?
I move we approve the consent agenda as shown.
Second. Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll vote. All those in favor of approving the consent agenda as presented, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Great. Good evening, sir. All right. No public forum? Okay, 4.1, we have a student request to graduate this semester. Tyler Breeding's letter was included in our packet. His family, of course, has moved to Wyoming, and he has all the credits he needs to be able to graduate this semester. So that is what he's requesting of the board.
Did he stay behind then?
He wants to finish his schooling here. So, with the family.
Grandparents?
Yeah.
Oh, just with the grandparents, sure.
Yeah.
Unless there's a reason not to, I move we approve his request.
That's my first support.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Also, same sign. Motion carries. Okay, next on the agenda is extending the summer lunch service through July. And we did receive a small grant to help with that in addition to the USDA extension that we've had through June 30th. In order to do that, we need to make a motion.
Does that cover any of our costs? Cover much of our costs for City Line?
The $3,000 grant.
The grant is separate from the USDA. It is it's for equipment and things that we may need, and above and beyond. It's not for food. They extended the food reimbursement through the end of June, and then about 2 weeks later, they went ahead and added July to it.
Okay, so
There is food reimbursement, so it should work out. I need permission to extend food service and contracts or pay for those people working food service.
And attendance is still J3 level?
It's pretty good. There's a couple of days where we're up and down. 1 or 2 families being out of town makes a huge difference at 2 of our locations. But all in all, we're still feeding pretty well.
we kind of get to the tail end of that, don't you think?
I think with gypsum and Sarah, the numbers have been solid, a little down from the end of school, but we were running 90 per day. We're still running 70 or more.
Need a motion to continue that service through the end of July.
Move. Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Justin, I'm not used to seeing facial hair on you. No, it's okay. I keep looking over there. It's like, who is that sitting there?
Quarantine.
Quarantine. Quarantine is this right here.
I think that allows you to go to the bathroom. Go to.
All right.
For a second, I've got. So Google Meet, just put in Google Meet in your.
There should be a link that you can get email out.
Oh, yeah, you got your own computer, done.
Okay. All right. You are up. Thank you so much for coming out this evening to present. Can you guys indicate whether you can hear him speaking it? Should he stand here or move the podium closer?
Nope.
Oh, you have a remote little microphone thing.
Thank you. Yes. Thank you. And then mute your, there on your volume over there, computer up the folder, down the corner. Your manual, you need that. No, you had your finger up the button. You gotta mute it. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. If you guys want me to stand, that's fine. All right. It says ready to join. Look at you go.
All right, so what I have here, I have our proposal for the accounts currently held at Bennington State Bank. On the one with our letterhead is the one that, we're proposing to do. The other one was sent over from Emmy. And so this is currently what Bennington State Bank is doing for you guys. And so I tried to just carbon copy what Emmy sent me, so that way it'd be kind of easier just to kind of follow along. So if you have both of those, you're just going to put them side by side. I tried keeping them to where, you just follow along. I just want you to take a look at this one. So you guys have those. So the 4 district level accounts, the first one is the general checking account. It's in excess of $370,000. Bennington State Bank is currently charging a $25 monthly service fee. We would not charge service fee for that account. Bennington State Bank, it doesn't accrue interest. It wouldn't accrue interest with us either. And there would be no limits to checks being written. So nothing is to change on the account. The only thing is just you guys wouldn't get charged a monthly service fee. The payroll account, a little in excess of $10,000. There's no service fee on that one. And same with us, we would have a service fee. Would not accrue interest, just like Bennington State Bank does not accrue interest. There'd be no limit on checks, and the additional services needed that you put in here was the ACH payroll, direct deposit, ACH payments, and ACH receipts. Nothing would change. We provide the same services, and we do it the same way. Any type of ACH that she would need to do, whether it's for payroll or for whatever it is, she would upload her file the same way that she would do it to Bennington State Bank. She just upload it, send it to us, we run the ACH, and it would be the same exact way that Bennington State Bank is servicing that account. So nothing would change on there. It would just basically be the same type of account, with the same type of services. The reserve savings account, so that's the one that we kind of changed in our proposal, and I'll explain more as we get through a few of these pages. I'll explain more why we change it, because I believe it best suit the school district is if we kind of change it a little bit. The reserve savings account has excess of $3.6 million. I saw the account summary she sent me this last month. It was a little over $4 million, I think. There's some deposits or whatnot. So right now there's no service fee to that. We wouldn't charge a service fee. The current interest rate, so on this page right here, this was back in March when Amy sent me the account summary, and it was at 0.65%. All right. So she sent me the one for May, and that dropped actually to like 0.5%. 0.5% is what it dropped to. So the thing is with Bennington State Bank, since it's a reserve savings account, they get to basically create their own index, which every bank creates their own index when they publish the funds. But that allows them to control what the rate is, if that makes sense. So since I've been in talks with Amy the past 3 months, she's been sending me the monthly summary of that reserve savings account, and it's dropped 3 times within the past 3 months. So it is one of those things where they get to drop the rate because they publish the rate, if that makes sense. I'm sure you guys followed, the Fed and, with this whole pandemic, most banks and, the federal government, they slash rates down to basically 0. So it's going to be my guess that this rate is going to continue to drop to match kind of what the public fund rate is doing and what the federal government is doing right now, which public funds I checked today was 0.12%. So my guess would be that would continue to drop because banks are publishing their rates just about every 30 days with the environment that we're in right now with rates. So that's actually 0.50. So I am proposing, even though that's at 0.50, I'm proposing 0.70% in the form of a CD. And I know a lot of people think, oh, as a CD, it's locked in. So no, under our conditions, I got with our CEO, basically just went over all this stuff just to make sure I could get clearance to do what I wanted to do on the accounts, and he honored them. So what I wanted to do is put in the CD so that way we can lock your rate in for at least 12 months. And so he would waive any early withdrawal. So there would be no penalty. You could add and withdraw from it just like you would be able to do a savings account, but it allowed me to give you guys a better rate longer term, if that makes sense. So it would be a CD, only a name, if that makes sense, because you'd be able to operate by taking money from it, using it for whatever you did. The only time we would charge an early withdrawal penalty would be if the money moved to like another institution, and that would just be like half a year's interest, if that makes sense. So that's most CDs. They try to lock you in and keep you in there for 12 months, and so, but that's not the terms of how we would set it up. We set it up as if you ever needed the money for school purposes or anything with the district, like it would be in terms of the same that you guys are doing right now. So, and that'd be 0.7% rather than 0.5%, and that would be locked in for 12 months rather than, like I said, I put money in there, it's probably up the next 30 days, just because all the banks are doing that. So, and I'll get more into that account once we get to the back page. Underneath that is the petty cash account, $681. No service charge for Bennington, same with us, no service charge. Does not accrue interest, it's going to be the same thing. Accrue interest and no limits on checks. I'm going to turn the page to the activities and secondary accounts. The general fund checking account has an excess of $188,000 in it. Again, these balances were as of March when Andy sent the account summary. So these kind of give or take in the past, 30 days. But So the monthly service fee over there is calculated at the end of the month. She put in here that that there was no charge collected in the past 2 years. So it doesn't really matter because I'm not charging on any of the checking accounts. She like that. We're not going to charge anything on the account. So there's going to be no limit on checks to that one, just like Bennington State Bank's not putting any limits on checks. It would also not accrue interest. The activity fund checking account beneath that is in excess of $77,000. They charge $15 for the remote capture fee. That's to take pictures of your check and submit your funds via telephone or whatnot. We would not charge for that. They also charge $6 a month, depending on their monthly averages. We would not charge that as well. So,
But you do have the remote capture service.
we do have remote services, absolutely. Yep.
And there'll also be no limit on checks.
For that one, and it would not accrue interest, just as big as a statement. Petty cash account, $500. Nothing would change there. Same account setup. The food service account,
The next page on the
account summary, but just underneath the next one on mine.
the food service account.
In excess of $30,000, there's $11 monthly charge.
If you would not charge a fee on that, it will not accrue interest and no limit on checks.
The last petty cash account will not accrue interest as well. It's $500.
We set it up the exact same way the other one's set up.
So if you want to go to the very last page, this is where I kind of want to, some other notes. We get to that first. So Amy sent me a list of services that she would need to make her job most effective and efficient.
And the good thing about it is like everything that Bennington State Bank's doing, we can basically carbon copy.
That makes sense, because we offer the same stuff. Remote capture, it'll be provided to you guys at no additional charge. Right now, you guys are using Garda for your currency orders, so Garda's coming in with your currency. I didn't get a fee on that one. You did say there was a fee attributed to that. I don't know what it is. I transport all of our currency, so it is one of those things that if I get a monthly currency or a weekly currency order, I would be able to
Bring down the currency and deliver it at no cost.
All the accounts are going to be free of service charges. You guys get a free safety deposit box
If you need any safety.
Online banking will be provided with Amy as administrator, just like she is now. So she's administrator, just choose who she wants with online access and that type of information. She'd be able to also basically choose the authorizations as well. Daily account information will continue to be emailed through alerts and Suzanne molds to Amy. She's getting that sent to her on a daily basis right now through Bennington State Bank.
We have the services to send that to her.
As well. ACH batches will continue to be done in the same fashion. We'll upload them, send them to us, and then we'll make sure they get processed and posted to the correct accounts. The bond money, that was something that Roger mentioned. I'm going to make sure that the bond money is still going to stay over at Bennington State Bank. I can't remember the balance on that account, but anyways, he was wondering if it would be a problem to move money from there into our bank and if we charge a fee for it.
We would not charge any incoming wire
Wire fees, because he expressed that the county needs to
fee over there, so it wouldn't be a
problem
problem.
for us at all to accept those incoming wires at no cost to you guys on our, so no incoming wire fees. So, on that last page that I have in there, let's see here, it's kind of just a ledger of what the account balances are, what the service charges are, current rates, what our proposed rate is, and what income
You're currently producing and what's proposed.
that income that I put off to the right, it's highlighted that you're getting on the reserve savings account. That's at 12 months. So if you were to get that rate for the next 12 months, that's the amount of money that you guys would generate in revenue. However, again, if I was a betting man, I'd put money at that rate's going to change in 30 days, just because it has passed 3 months, 3 different times. So I'm proposing on that reserve savings account, 0.7%. So the income you currently would get at 0.51% would be $18,565.28. The proposed income would be $25,481.75. So the proposed rate will increase income by $6,916.48, so just shy of $7,000. The rate will be good for 1 year. The current rate through Bennington State Bank is expressed, is published, so it can change anytime Bennington State Bank wants it to change. We will not charge the district any service charges, which will also accumulate to $684 in service charges. So total savings is going to be around $7,600. So, and that's as of right now. The thing was, is like, I was hoping to do this last summer, because last summer rates were really, really good. The Kansas Investment Board full rate was about 2.41%. We were putting CDs on the books at that time for around 2.65, 2.6%. That would have been locked in for 12 months, which from last July to this July
Would have been about $94,000.
in income, if we would have done this last summer. And so, you know, my thing was, there was a couple times that we were shooting for certain dates and it's kind of getting pushed back. My only fear is that if we continue to push back the immigration date, you guys just lose my money. I mean, that's just what it boils down to. Because right now, 0.70% is our rate as of today. But, you know, we also have to maintain our investments and protect our investments as well. And so when every other bank, you know, this line that is drastically coming down on the rates, you know, for us to stay where we're at for a longer duration of time, depending on what the economy does, it's going to be difficult, you know. I want to stay at this rate as long as possible, as long as it takes for you guys to, you know, if you do propose to choose Citizens State Bank, you know, as long as you guys would need. But again, you know, last summer, I mean, that's a substantial amount of money. Even if you go back to December, I think I looked at a Kansas Investment Board pool rate was probably around 1.2%, you know, and we were probably putting on 30 basis points above that, so like 1.5%, you know, so double that, so just double the income is $50,000.
So again, you know, it is one of those things where more money potentially could lose. So.
Hey, I'm not trying to do any kind of shit. Like, I just want to be honest with you guys and forthright. Like, that if I saw that Bennington State Bank had you guys locked in the CD or whatnot, it's like, well, you guys are locked in here, protected. But because they have you in a reserve savings account, it's a bonus fund. And so
when they decide to update their rates and republish the rates, for that, you know.
Audrey, what all dollars is represented in that $3.6 million?
What all dollars is that? That's our reserve fund, so that's essentially all of our operating budget. You'll see that the payroll account is very small, and that's because we transfer money into that account, then pay payroll out of that account, and we just keep it basically at give or take 10 grand. So because it does not earn interest every month, the money gets deposited into payroll into a reserve account, and we only transfer into payroll what we need in payroll, and then we immediately pay it out and keep that account small, keep everything else there. So you've got capital outlay, you've got contingency reserve, you've got our general funds, you've got our local option budget, you've got all of those different accounts are all in reserve because that's where it's earning interest, so that we just keep it there. And then the other accounts that we need, we transfer money to them to keep them going, basically, just long enough to pay our bills out of those accounts that we need to use.
So in other terms, it's our entry account for tax revenue. That's where it shows up, is in that reserve account first.
It's a holding pen for our other accounts.
That's our account receivable, so to speak. When did we first start talking about this process?
January.
Was it a year and a half? So was it inaction of the board is the reason that we didn't do anything last summer? I know we had the bond construction mess, but was it inaction of the board the reason we haven't done anything to this point in time?
Yeah.
I had a presentation today.
Yeah, not necessarily. I had to go through the process of background research as far as what it takes to change banks, bid process, things like that. That took a little bit of time. And then, quite honestly, we got busy. We got really busy on some of these things, and we just, even at that, converting, this is the busiest month of the year for him. We've had a lot of things on our plate. So, I think we are good to schedule it. I'm recommending we do this, but in stages, so that we make sure that our current accounts get paid and processed through, and we'll shift money over. I do recommend that we make the shift, but I think we should do it in stages.
And there's no, outside of the bond account, if anything, there's no penalty movement. We have to give notice or anything there.
Actually, I don't know what the notice is. I don't believe there is. Typically, there wouldn't be. We'd just be transferring money out. They'd be sorry to see it go. They don't have any control.
So, can you walk us through how this transition looks? You've been through this as a banker, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Walk us through a little bit of the transition and the complication or the simplicity, or how seamless is it?
Yeah, so it is one of those things like,
When Amy and I and Roger
Roger first started talking about this, it was scheduled, we were supposed to do it at the end of this month, the end of the fiscal year. So that's why I wanted to get the accounts over to Amy back in March, so that way we can gear up and I can make sure that all of our I's were dotted and all our T's were crossed, because the last thing I wanted to happen is there to be a speed bump, right? You know what I mean? I wanted this to be as seamless and flawless as possible, because it makes my job easier and your guys' job easier, right? So it was one of those things where it took a lot of resources, manpower, to make sure that, we had all of our stuff ready to go live July 1. It is one of those things where
it is almost as easy
on our end, it's literally just writing the checks to us, and then we already had everything in place to go live July 1. We just carbon copied basically everything they did outside of the reserve savings, and it doesn't overcomplicate anything by any means, because the way we're setting it up is very comparable to what the state bank's currently doing, just giving you guys a higher rate. On their end, Amy would have to call whoever you guys get your checks through, and she told me it was a account number. Give the account numbers changed, your card reader, give the account numbers changed on there, just so that way the current accounts are the ones that are getting debited and credited. But outside of that, in that sense, it should very well be pretty seamless.
So, and forgive me, because I've changed banks before. Is there something special about a school changing banks versus an individual?
Accounts are all the same. So basically, once we got the green light, I would just come down here with the paperwork. Anyone who's authorized to be on an account, I'd do their signature, scan their ID. I can come back to the bank, put them on the computer, give you guys account numbers. You run checks.
And forgive me, Roger. My question, and the reason I'm sometimes for me a clean break is much better and more applicable, especially if we had it into the fiscal year. So I am struggling a little bit with that. It may cause you some trouble because of staggering them. Maybe even worse than if July 1, now we know moving forward, it's all good and safe, but that's.
And I understand that. The big concern here is, again, this is the busiest month of the year. We will write more POs this month than in almost the rest of the year combined.
Month of June.
Yes. We will do 6 payrolls in the month of June, because we will pay out June, July, and August for all of the teachers. In the month of June, we will encumber that.
Sure.
And then, of course, you've got other people who are getting paid in June and July and August separately. But there are people, we're encumbering that money so that it goes on this fiscal year to the next fiscal year. And whereas if you change your personal bank account, you may have 4 or 5 outstanding checks that you're worried about.
Excuse me. Farming.
Yeah, well, it varies from person to person, but, after a month or 2, checks that still haven't been cashed across right through. And, you multiply that by a $6 million budget, and it becomes a little more complicated than that. It's just one of those safety things that we're really concerned about some of those. When I say in stages, we would really like all of the building accounts that are housed over there switched in essentially July 1. We can transfer maybe some district accounts July 1 as well, but I really want Amy to be the one to say, I am comfortable at this time with these accounts, I'm comfortable at this time with these accounts, to make sure that everything clears. And I don't see us closing the Bennington accounts probably for a couple of months.
I would advise that no matter what takes place, that whatever account that you're currently writing checks out of, you at least keep them open for 90 days.
So that doesn't happen. Accounting,
It shouldn't happen, right? You know what I mean? But it does. I mean, I would advise at least 90 days to keep a good cushion in there, and then you find yourself.
And we should shift a big chunk of this money, set up the new accounts as of July 1, shift a chunk of this money over there, but you've got, the ActiFund accounting software has all these codes already pre-programmed into it, and it's automatically feeding those codes into the purchase orders when we do this. There is quite a bit of work on shifting over all of those different things.
So those codes will all change when you just change bank account?
Well, all the bank account codes will change. We'll have to put them into the system, and there's a fair number of places in which that will need to change. And again, we're training a new staff person currently. We're processing all these POs, so I don't want to put any more on anybody right now. But I think we can start the process of doing it. I would like to have this approved as yes, we will do this, but I would like to give Amy some time to do it at her pace over the next month, a couple of months at least. I was looking at even several months, but like you said, we need to keep those accounts open for a little time to allow these things to process through anyway. We could ship chunks of it and then close it in October or something.
And October 1 or October 31?
I don't want to make a projection on that because I want Amy to be the one that executes that.
I kind of like to have an ending date on this. In fact, if I make the motion, I am going to put an ending date on it.
And that's fine, and we'll get updates as we go, and if we are running ahead of schedule, we'll let you know, and if we're running behind schedule, we may ask for more time, but if you put
and I'm not doing that to be forcing. I think we need to give ourselves, goals on this.
Well, I'm more comfortable with that too, especially how long we've been talking about this, and it's dragged on and on and on, and we've lost some opportunities, which is fine. I understand that happens, but and I also think this bank has gone out of its way to make some special arrangements to accommodate our business, and I think it's not as courteous perhaps for us to given the special arrangements they've, from what I'm seeing, the interest rates and everything, to continue to ask them to hold and draw that special things.
Well, that's my question is, I take your proposal as a slick, clean break July 1. What Roger's talking about is phasing this. How does that change your proposal?
So it is so initially Roger was talking about just kind of doing the
school accounts, which the school accounts
would not be the CD account, that rate,
the rate
environment right now is pretty volatile, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
What I have clearance to do right now is 0.7. The longer we go, I promise you it's going to go. That's what I don't want to see. Now, I'm not saying that, that needs to push,
you need to get things done or anything.
But like Roger said, if there was a way that we could move some of the reserve savings,
so I can get the CD created and put on the books
as of July 1,
Even if it's, 75%.
percent of it or whatever that still keeps you guys or whatever, we can have that conversation.
Yeah.
If it's 75% of it, that way I can at least get the CD created and get you locked in for 12 months.
And then you can still run out of the other account wherever it's 1 point.
I think so, the number, it was like 4 point something million in the reserve savings as of this last month. So I'd be willing to do that if we could get it started, and so I can get you guys locked in.
That's, to me, that's the important thing is that you've gone to this effort. We all feel like, I assume, that it's worthwhile.
Absolutely.
We don't want you hanging out on a limb, and taking advantage of the opportunity we might have. So, and correct me if I'm mistaken. So what he just told me, if we were to do this July 1, keep 30% in the other account to clean up that whole situation over there, you could have all your new accounts started in the beginning of July 1. You could begin using them, and you have checks written till July 1 on the old bank account, and that 30% reserve left over there should take care of
Whatever that number is.
Yeah. And I don't know, how long does it take to even get paper checks on this kind of, I don't know, do we even get checks in a month?
Paragon, isn't it?
We get $40.
So, I mean,
We can get checks quick.
I agree with you. I think we need to be prudent and leave some money in behind, but go ahead and start making the switch. And if the bank is okay with that method, I'm okay, and Roger, I'm okay with it. So, is September 1st realistic?
I think it may be, but I don't want to speak too strongly without Emmy making that. I think it probably is, but that's something we can really look at.
Well, what's changed? Last time you had a conversation, you guys talked about July 1st, of changing everything. Something's changed. It's just workload. I understand. Different perspective.
Right. I made that comment of, and we've had this conversation off and on for a while now as far as when is the best time to make that break. And fiscal year sounds great, except we have to close books and open books, and that's just the busiest time of the year. So
you can close books on the old account and do no more transactions in that account. That would be much cleaner than having two accounts to work with for next fiscal year. For reconciliation purposes.
If we don't just say this date, then we're always going to be writing checks out of an account.
Well, and if a bill was the last fiscal year, you put it on bank, and if it was the next fiscal year, you put it on.
The accounting part of it will clean up easy enough. I think we set a goal date, by this time date, and then there is no more kicking it down the road because we've set a date. And I think that's easy enough to do. I don't know, as far as percentages wise, I don't know how much of the reserve we would be comfortable. And you threw out 75%. Again, I can't say that number is a realistic number at this point. So I would hate to put a specific percentage on that. I have no doubt we can transfer a big chunk of that money, but I hesitate to say a percentage.
Well, if we're short on percentage, how hard is it to just transfer some back to cover? Not hard.
Yeah.
So,
Right. I think this is very doable. Again, I just am very protective of the workload of the normal June workload, closing the books, making the transfers, everything that they're processing right now, overwhelming my office staff. I want to do
I understand. We should have an idea, though, what it's going to cost us to get through June. Rough.
When you say PO, does that mean check?
purchase order.
Right. Remembering this one.
Which is essentially the ordering part of it. And then, we've still ordering. and probably will for another couple of weeks, and then we'll shut it down, try and get everything processed, and we'll start up the next school year.
Okay. We need a motion. I move that we begin transitioning to Citizens State Bank on July 1. I move that transition period lasts no longer than September 1 with contingency that if things aren't going well, that we extend that. I move that we move, hold on, Roy.
What are you comfortable with percentage-wise to hold our,
I'm getting there.
0.7? What are you comfortable with at your bank? So
if I could get, so what I've seen,
You guys really haven't done it. It looks like you guys
guys maintain an average balance over 3.5 million.
No.
I don't know what your payroll is, but I'd say probably about 2.75 to 3 million. If you could
start to CD July.
have one with that,
It'd be easier to digest for sure.
And if we need the money, we can transfer back.
You always transfer.
Okay.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I move in the transition that we transfer 2.5, how much do you want? 2.75?
But that, yeah, that'll leave about
2.75 million to the new CD with the understanding if we need the money that we will transfer it back at no cost. Anybody have anything else that I missed?
The only other question I had, in looking at the proposals, we went with the armored car service to protect our employees and our investments, our taxpayer money. So the idea of a car driving those receipts back and forth, even though it's just gypsum as opposed to flying in back, still doesn't sit great in my crawl or that. So I just,
We're not broadcasting it, actually.
yeah, I mean, he just said, yep.
And that's what
Things like I should probably ask you guys too as well.
obviously I carry, right? And I understand schools, it's no carry zone. But when I do transport cash, I'm always carrying. When I'm loading the ATM
Want to do anything with
cash, I am carrying for that reason. I transfer cash,
quite frequently. I don't like to,
say, how frequent
but I do transfer cash.
cash. It could be a
Cash I transferred a whole lot more than what you guys. So, I mean, she was talking about, $2,000 what her weekly order is.
Let's not.
And so you mentioned protecting our employees. He's saying he would take on that responsibility and why.
I hear that.
Okay.
I still,
We're delving into executive session here with this going out on the internet right now.
I think that is something we can discuss at
Okay.
another time because it doesn't have to be part
right.
of this.
I just wanted to be sure that I understood what you were saying when you were saying you would be the carrier of those funds. And it was truly you being the carrier and not an armored service. Okay.
I do have one question to you because I know there isn't anything in here that addresses pledged funds for security. And I know that's a big issue at school.
100%. We
Yeah,
do.
I mean,
It's public information, but we have other public accounts as well that we budget securities and everything.
and be fully protected as well. Yeah, 100%.
And how often do you typically review pledge amounts versus
I mean, quite often.
I mean, it's a month. I mean, it's a monthly basis. We actually have a guy who is in charge of our entire investment portfolio, and I mean, he's probably looking at it every day. I mean, honestly, he's
Very in tune to our investment side, for sure.
absolutely.
So any other discussion?
The motion, did you get all that? There's a lot there. Did you read it back to it?
Dwight made the motion, he seconded it, that as of July 1, we would open up accounts with Central or Citizens Bank. We can have everything transferred by September 1. And transfer 2.75 million to the new CD with the understanding we will transfer back at no cost if needed.
That should say July 1 on that transfer of
So maybe Yeah, July 1. That's what I have in here. To a new CD with understanding. Okay. Is there any other discussion? All right. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, same sign. Thank you very much. We always wanted to stay with our local bank when we were doing this previously and didn't have a bid, so we appreciate your efforts.
So I appreciate you guys considering us, and it is an opportunity that, you know, I've been, since I've gone out there, you know, it was a relationship, that was one of the first ones that I did into.
Back, you know what I mean? Because that is, to me, a bank and a school.
If there's only one school and one bank, you know what I mean?
Yep, that's right. We need to support you.
I do appreciate you guys' time. I do appreciate the opportunity.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming up.
Makes more funds available in the district also.
Okay, next, 4.4, end of business year. We don't know what the month-end expenditures will be, but generally, we need to provide authorization so that those expenditures can be made.
Sure.
So, there are three separate motions that we need to make to allow our superintendent and treasurer and clerk to make those payments.
I move that we grant authority to the treasurer to pay 2019 to 20 year-end bills as may be received by the end of the business day of June 30.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. B is to grant authority to the superintendent, treasurer, and clerk to transfer any year-end funds as may be available according to state statute and KSBE guidelines.
I move to do so according to Lori's explanation.
Second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. And then lastly, to grant authority to the treasurer to use contingency reserve funds if necessary to pay 2019-20 final expenses.
Second.
Yeah.
Do we,
Discussion?
well, the only thing, I mean, obviously we do this every year, but, I mean, how do we know? Are we informed of those? Okay.
Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carries. Okay. Now we are to our board communication. And the first thing that I want to do, I need to switch my screen here so I can see. Or maybe okay, all I see is Dr. Ogle's picture, but the board does want to take this opportunity to recognize Dr. Paul Ogle for his service to USD 306, and I can't see myself. Is this in the window? Okay, so people can see out there. So Mr. Stumpf will be presenting this to you, Dr. Ogle, and we appreciate the kind approach you have with our students while you serve here in our district. So just wanted to take this time to publicly acknowledge that. Sorry that it's been such a weird time that we haven't been able to spend your last 9 weeks in person.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ogle.
Thank you.
We also wanted just to have a quick little conversation about the continued practice of video streaming our meetings and what the retention policy would be of those meetings. Right now, they are housed on a YouTube channel, is that right? That are archived, so our patrons can go back and see that. So just wanted to formalize that since we landed here kind of as a necessity.
Only for a little bit they are. It's a couple days is all. It's not very long.
Okay.
It's on YouTube. You can't store it again. If there has been.
I just think the way that our subscription is set up, that they're not. It's, I know for 24 hours, but after that, I don't know.
it may make it easier for everybody involved if we look at a system like the OWL where it just sits in the middle. We don't have to have a computer on us all the time. Might be productive.
I would be totally in favor of that. But this has been the goal of mine for a couple of years, and I am thrilled that we've landed there. I've heard really positive feedback from patrons. I think it's increased reputation of the board's work, and that's what we want. So I
fully support doing whatever we can to continue to do it and make access available, even if I have to look ridiculous in front of this here.
we'll get maybe better in the habit of looking in the mirror before a meeting.
No, I've had good feedback too, Lloyd. I agree with you, and I think it's been a positive outcome out of this awkward time that we landed on something that's increased access of our community. The spotlight increased access when it came around, and I think this is another great step in that direction.
Anybody else have any thoughts on that? I agree with all of you guys. Okay. And then lastly, I would, if you'll give me, humor me, I would like to just read the statement that KASB issued today in response to all of the racial things going on in our country. Huh? KASB. Like last night, you did? I thought you said last night, excuse me. Okay, I thought you were going to talk to me directly. Sorry. Did I say last night? I kind of thought I heard it too, but that's what I thought I heard. Last. Okay. Let me enunciate my words. Lastly, sorry. Just the association said as individuals, communities, and a nation, we have been deeply affected by recent tragedies, including the death of George Floyd in Minneapolis, which are grim reminders of the social and racial injustice that continues to exist in our world. Kansas schools have been enriched by the growing diversity of our state, and I would echo our community to have that the more diverse population here has been such a blessing. As education leaders and citizens in our communities and state, we have a responsibility to increase our own social awareness and amplify previously underrepresented voices and perspectives. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. said, "The ultimate tragedy is not the oppression and cruelty by the bad people, but the silence over that by the good people." As education leaders, we must not be silent. Our students, especially our students living these injustices, need to hear our voices. More importantly, we must listen to the voices that have not been heard. So let's come together to listen, to learn, and act to eliminate systemic racism. I just was really proud of that statement, and I wanted to share that if you hadn't seen it today. I hope that we at Southeast is going to echo that voice, and just wanted to give the board the opportunity. If you have any feedback on what's been taking place, I know that our culture and our climate in our district has been a topic of conversation, and as we move forward with new leadership at the building level and we're setting new goals, that is something that I want to be sure that our underrepresented voices are at the table when decisions are being made. We're talking about policy, and we're talking about decisions that impact our lives.
I appreciate you bringing that up, Lori, and I want to continue to, even before this school culture, I think we've talked about it in our last school setting some, we did that, and I think I've kind of dropped the ball on it some, so I think this is a good, I want to make sure that we focus on that as we start this new school year, really talking about school culture.
Great. Does anybody else have any?
I just feel like that as board members, we have to remember that school culture starts at the top. So as long as, we're putting forth the effort in our communities to be good examples, then that's, the best thing we can do.
Our actions speak louder than our words, that's for darn sure.
Did the facilities committee meet and then the early education committees meet?
Yes, and there was a written report and Friday's message on the early ed committee.
Cool.
I would continue.
What exactly is happening in that committee? I mean,
So we got together and reviewed the survey information again. We had a report that came back from kindergarten teachers and foremen to talk through this year's class. There's a little more information that we want for the incoming kindergarten class. So there's a survey that she will be doing to talk about what the experience of these kids are currently. With our existing class, kindergartners going to be first graders. 46 of the 49 kids had an early childhood experience somewhere. And so the teachers could pinpoint very clearly what were quality programs. And they're going to do some work this coming year with our existing preschool in the district to align standards so that they know, so that Little Tots knows what is taking place in our kindergarten classrooms and just kind of be more on target together there. But to get that information again, and then to explore, Roger's working on costs, that if transportation is an issue, so say if there's a student that lives in distance that wants to be at preschool in this area and they can't get there, he's exploring what it would cost for us to do that in order to help that preschool this coming year. But Trudy acknowledged that it would be good for our district to have one location that was centrally located for our students. And so the committee did recommend, was it 11 to 2? 9 to 2, that there be a, not this coming school year, but that we start exploring what preschool would look like. And so there will be a report written.
She said that she doesn't want to have preschool in this area anymore.
She said that she felt like it was inevitable for our community, that it would be best for our kids. And I appreciated hearing that directly from her.
She hasn't really expressed that in some conversations I've had with her. I don't.
Did I hear that wrong?
I think you hear a lot wrong, but she did say it was inevitable, but I feel like she is still, I mean, to me, what she was saying, like, because she's like, I'll work with teachers, blah, blah, blah. I feel like her back's against the wall. I think that's why she said it, is because with the committee, it is inevitable for her to say, no preschool at 306, I want my preschool.
That's kind of where I've been hearing.
I wish she had said that.
I think she doesn't want to give it up. I think she's just scared that we're going to take it from her.
And if we're going to look at numbers,
that's 46 out of 47. That's a pretty good number.
46 out of 49, yeah.
46 out of 49.
Where are we going to, since we're talking about it, if we want to have preschool out here next fall, where are we going to put them?
It won't be next fall. It will not be in 3 months.
We'll go
next.
That's part of the work of the committee, is to do that work over the next year.
We're getting down there. This is kind of moving forward past where I remember a survey going.
That's why the committee wanted more time, and it was just a written report, and it wasn't on the agenda today because there's no formal recommendation from the committee yet.
I mean, yeah. So now, we would support our local preschool.
Yes.
And maybe even explore if it worked out to have one in Gibson.
I think the committee is open to looking at what is best for our kids in our district. And preschool, they recognize that a pre-kindergarten program for all students, that's the dream, is that every single 4-year-old in our school district has access to that.
We're pretty close now.
Well, we were last year. Is that an anomaly? That's why we're asking that question for the kiddos coming in. Is that the same for this group of kids that are coming?
Yeah, and when we get down that road that far, we start talking about logistics or all those things that make it tougher to have it here than it is.
Report.
Well, yeah, but you know what I'm saying. There are some negatives that we are fleshing out that people think it's all going to work out well, but we have transportation, getting back home, all those things that are taken care of privately, then that encumbers on us to do that. So there's a lot more.
There's a lot of work to be done.
Do we have any, has anybody shown interest in starting something, helping out in Gypsum if we go that way? One in Gypsum, one in this area?
I think that this area would like to partner with Gypsum and somehow do it in a similar name and figure something out. Yeah.
And I know the Methodist Church in Gypsum is interested,
Okay.
but as a person, we don't know.
Yeah. We did have it down there before, but it got to where we didn't have enough kids. And then they ended up all going to Assyria in its present form.
And Stephanie Moyer said that it was a teaching issue more than anything, that you could.
Well, we were getting low. We were getting low on kids. Julie did it, and then some other people did do it. But the kids at that time, there just wasn't as many kids as that could really support it. And the response to the Syrian, it ended up just kind of migrating that way. They were kind of yoked together at that time, anyways, tiny tots and little tots. So
anyway, it's exciting to think about, and we have a group of people that want to do what's best for the kids in our community, and recognizing that it may not be 40 kids up here on the hill, because right now the survey shows that 22 kids were in Salina, and the convenience and the transportation is a part of that, where parents are working, and whether or not they have somebody to bring a kid out here or not. But I think to be able to take care of our own students and do it in a way that matches with what we're doing in kindergarten is our early ed, it's our kindergarten and our principals' desire to streamline that some, so that there's more uniformity in what they're learning and in that pre-kindergarten year.
And guys, having conversations with Trudy probably is going to take care of that very easily, because you just
for those kids. Yeah.
Well, yeah, moving forward, even if it were to stay there for 5 years, if she continues to teach, if the standards are aligned and everybody's getting taken care of, man, this may be a win for everyone.
Yeah, that's what we want.
Well, the reason I raised the question, I'm getting some calls from the community that have the impression that it's almost to the point of being a foregone conclusion. I've been very adamant that it is not the case,
no.
But that perception is out there. And I feel a little bit like we've kind of created a problem, or not a problem, created the issue a little bit, which is going to happen anytime we bring up a new topic. It kind of creates an issue in some regards. But I just want to be very clear that it's not a foregone conclusion that we're starting preschool, and we have not talked about. So I'm starting to get questions about what's it going to cost, logistics things, and
well, we need to know that. That's the first
right, but we're not there yet.
And I don't even
ask that question.
Yes, we're not there yet, but at the same time, we need to be there sooner than later. And also, I still have, we asked months ago about going through the data that we have in-house on the kindergarten screenings, and where I don't even know as a board member how our kids have been have ranked on those screenings. And I know there's no state standard, but I know that every parent gets a circle when those kids are screened, telling them what their child is adequate in or prepared in or not. And I feel like the process for me is moving, from hearing your report, is moving further than what I, as a board member, am ready to move at the committee level.
Well, and that was the information, Justin, that we asked for at the meeting that took place 2 weeks ago, was for them to present that, and it was not to the depth that we wanted. It was, we didn't have enough information. It truly was the pre-kindergarten screener that is done at kindergarten roundup. Yeah, that baseline data was in a ranked order. It didn't have content assigned to it, so it didn't tell me anything other than top to bottom 1 to 49 where those kids ranked in that class. So, and then they associated a preschool that they attended with it, which to me is not a direct correlation of that ranking. There's a lot more input than where somebody goes to preschool, so whether they're prepared or not.
Well, and the last 3 kids could have had some sort of preschool at home and been taken care of adequately, or there could be other extenuating circumstances. So,
but then
those 3, but that doesn't mean that they.
But then there's no tool, like the PKS is truly a screening tool that's done at the beginning of the year to give information to the teachers and the parents to make a decision: is my child ready for kindergarten or not? But there's no cut line score, so it's not something that says if you are here, you should, and if you're here, you shouldn't send your child. It's truly a jumping off point for dialogue. but then there's not an equal post-test that you can take at the end of the kindergarten year to say, here's where we were coming into kindergarten, here's where we are going out of kindergarten on those same standards, because developmentally they're changing through that whole year. You're not going to measure them on the same thing. So that was the information that I was asking for, is comparatively, how can we look at that data and say, you know, we know where they started, when they ended, what did they look like in our care and in our services? So can we really say that Southeast Saline is going to prepare our pre-kindergarten kids for kindergarten better than the community preschools do?
Right. Well,
Because I'm not there yet.
and like with Justin, to echo what Justin said, you know, one of the things that we, you know, as far as to go back to the cost issues, that's greatly important, because you're talking about a building, you're talking about a separate playground, you're talking about separate staff, we're talking about a lot of things, and it has to have that.
Yeah, that's the next thing that
we need to know.
Roger was going back to look at, is what our at-risk numbers are, because we get at-risk funding for
the at-risk
for pre-kindergarten students. And so that information, we have to ask this incoming kindergarten class, which of these 8 standards, at-risk standards, do you meet currently? Just to kind of give us a baseline idea, because they're not the same thing as being on an IEP. So we don't have that information available to us.
That's great to reduce our costs, but we know that that's only half of the at-risk kids, and that doesn't, the fixed cost of the building is going to come out of, I don't know, what, capital outlay or something. So those are things we have to cross.
Or grants or something, yeah. And the grant window opens in January, so we really need to
build the entire building for us.
A grant could, yes, not through the state department, but we have access to community funds. That we have very generous people in our community that just spent thousands of dollars on our big grant. So I think that there's lots of creative ways we can approach it.
How many staff? 4 or 5?
Depends how many kids we're talking
Well,
about.
we're talking about 47 kids.
I don't think we'll get 47 kids, Dwight.
20.
A class of 20, probably 3 staff. Does that have the right ratio?
150 to 1,000.
Well, that's what we don't know.
Yeah, we don't know. Yeah, I mean, that's why, that's
why there's not been a report to the board, outside of the written documentation, the written communication.
So
there's more questions.
Yes, but I also want to say very clearly that this is an important enough issue that we need to, in my opinion, need to have it almost on the agenda every month. That's just my opinion, you know. But it's important that the community's talking about it. They're asking questions. We need to be up to date. Those of us not on the committee need to be up to date on what's happening. So that's one statement. And secondly, I would really encourage you guys to just make sure on the committee that voices that are not interested or have an opposing viewpoint are represented and heard on that committee, because I don't want to have a committee that's lopsided and come out with a recommendation. The board follows the committee's recommendation and then find out, my God, we were really wrong.
I think some of the people on the committee looked at the survey results and said our community wants this. That was the tone of several people on the committee.
Yeah, and I think we're gathering information. I think we still haven't truly asked the community if they want this. I think we sent out a survey and we had a percentage of people send it back. And obviously the people
we asked if preschool is important. We talked about not putting any details in the survey to the community because it was overwhelming. So we asked if preschool is important. And they said, yes, preschool is important, but that's the only information that they have at this point.
Yeah. That's a different conversation than to say, we want to build on the building this much and we want to do this.
Right. And that's for us to decide.
Oh, I think when we get to that point, it's in my opinion, it's similar to a bond issue. You have to ask permission. You know, we have
a lot of work to do, don't we? Thank you for that feedback.
Yes. And those are facilities. If I just need to read my thing, that's fine. I haven't been able to log in to the
on facilities
on the updates. Yeah, is there anything that's
So you guys met too, right?
You said that our district grounds people were gonna mow the football field? Okay, so what did John think when he mowed it?
It's looking better and still has a little ways to go, but it's progressing. The new grass is coming in. The reports I'm getting are it's headed in the right direction. We should be in pretty good shape.
So John didn't think as far as maintaining it, he won't have any problem?
I don't think so.
Okay.
We've got a contract now with professionals to do the regular care.
Whoa. I don't remember when we told you we didn't really want to do that. In several conversations at this board, I don't remember voting on that. You're telling me we have how much is this contract?
I don't have it in front of me. They come out and they do the aeration, the application of your yearly applications and fertilizer and herbicide and those types of things.
That's cheap.
Yeah.
So you got to be able to tell me what the annual contract is, Roger.
I believe it was 12.
I don't have the numbers.
I'd like to have that information.
Yeah, because I would too, because we talked about, I remember a conversation we had about that, and
it was all in passing.
One thing that I know that we talked about is using some of those, because we're always short on maintenance staff, and instead of paying an outside service to do that, investing some of those dollars into our maintenance staff and having an extra person. And I remember you had some concerns about, well, what do we have them do the rest of the season when they're not working on the outside grounds? Because our outside grounds always need work. But obviously in the wintertime, they're not doing that. I remember that. So I'm a little surprised because I wasn't anticipating that. So anyways, yeah, I thought that we were going to continue that conversation. There's plenty of stuff in the wintertime it seems the person could do that we could take that $12,000 or $10,000, whatever it may be, and put towards a staff person in maintenance. But I know there's some expertise on putting fertilizer and herbicide out and taking care of a field, but
and that's not a labor cost though either. That includes materials costs as well. So you hire a staff person who you're paying labor costs to, you're still paying half of that money for materials for your application. So that's not all going to, let's just roll that over and hire somebody with that money, because that still hasn't paid for material.
Yeah, let's down that herbicide and see.
It's 1 acre though. 1 acre for that type of chemicals is not I have some experience with that being in a landscaping company. That's not expensive, Roger.
What about the grass for the playground? How is that? Arena thing?
I have 12% left. I was charged fully.
That's on the same as mine.
Is there anything else you want to facilities committee?
Oh, we went around and looked at everything. It looks great. Then we talked about, gosh, you tell them. Changing the doors around and moving stuff around ought to work out good.
We've got internal plans, materials have been delivered. We're hopeful that this work will be progressing well ahead of schedule. The north side, almost all the concrete is poured on the north side of the building. The east side concrete has been busted out, and we've started installing rebar to get that ready. That would take a couple of weeks because I have to put the heat in that as well. The milling, the back area has been completely applied with milling behind the building and off to the baseball field. And this area over here has now been filled with milling. You can see progress on the pavement areas. We have maybe a third of it left. The rest of it has already been milled, about 2 inches off. It's nice to be able to say we're actually ahead of schedule at this point. things, keep on the way they are, it's gonna be nice to actually have everything buttoned up on time. So we're just hoping the weather's been fairly cooperative, that we still continue with some good luck.
Were you able to get those plans of how everything's getting rearranged, just so it'd be more visual for everybody?
Yeah, I'm interested in that too.
That was sent
Oh, yeah, you said Friday.
Good, guys, well, I missed, what? I looked at the update and I
That was in there.
I sure,
Thank you.
it was either this Friday or last Friday, I sure.
Thank you.
Hey, just a question back on the other one. Did JJ Long, did they bid on, or try to bid on the budget?
I don't know.
Gosh, man, he has done so much for the school. If he's gonna go outside, that'll be the first guy I would want. Man, he does all our announcing. He does everything under the school. But I would like to, I look forward to seeing those numbers later this week. Sure.
And how's the playground going?
Playground, we still have one piece of equipment sitting there that needs to be removed. Otherwise, we're in okay shape. They have been using this field to get back to water sources for their milling process here. So I think we're probably gonna have to wait on some of that until the milling's done, so they have their access. We're still first week of June, so we're still in pretty good shape. You mentioned grass. Grass is going to be a real challenge. It is really past time to be planting grass, and so it is going to be a real struggle. We do all this dirt work out here for the soccer field, that area. I'm not really sure what our success is going to be for that first couple of months getting grass to grow in that area.
Will we sod again?
We've kicked around different ideas there. We weren't planning on it, but we may be forced that way.
We need to set a date on that piece of equipment that we looked at in the facilities.
It's going to be real quick. If it's not out pretty soon, we're just going to knock it over. We can't wait.
That's what I.
Is this the one for,
It's the big one.
No,
this is just the one? It just needs hauled down there?
there's still one piece left that needs popped out of that.
Oh, okay. I was like, I saw some out of the ground, but I didn't know.
And again, I don't think it's been a huge issue at this point because again, they've been having to use this area to get back to the well, to run their trucks. But that process is going to be over in the next couple of days and the dirt work can start. So it's going to have to be quick. And we're not going to wait for them. It's either going to be done or we're getting it ourselves and we're not going to. That's change it. Got to get out of the way.
And then we're back to using the north doors?
Doors are now accessible. East doors are closed probably for 2 weeks or so.
Okay. One thing I was going to talk to Rhonda about too, but when we do get a new secretary in there, to make sure when we have people waiting in line that they acknowledge that they'll be right with them, sort of like a business. That way they don't feel like the other secretary is like being rude. I know they're going to sort of shift the desk. That way it doesn't look like she's just sitting there doing nothing. But I know that's what she expressed to me was she felt like she was being rude because she's the counselor secretary and sitting there whenever the secondary secretary scans everything. You know what I'm saying? So that way our new secretary will be like, hey, I'll be right with you. So they don't look at her and be like,
Okay, a couple things.
Yeah.
Were you able to get those numbers for that bus, our new bus? I asked you about the facilities meeting on adding, I don't know how much detail we can go into that, but.
It's not necessary.
Cool. Can you tell me?
We're able to accommodate with what we have in our fleet.
I would still like those numbers for later in the school year if we take field trips. We're still going to have to accommodate. So I don't want to get too far down the road. So if we just decide to do it, we can still get it on that bus. Because I'd hate to, because if we don't, we're gonna have to have another way of getting field trips or stuff like that in elementary, if you don't mind.
You want numbers as far as how much it would be to change that?
Yeah.
Is everybody clear on what you're asking?
No, I don't know how much detail I can bring it back up in the executive session. Okay.
Does it relate to a person?
Yes.
Okay.
8 people?
All right. Any other board communication?
Yes, the kindergarten graduation and 8th grade promotion. Got a lot of feedback from that. A lot of people were not okay with it. So I don't know if we need to make a motion to keep it the way it is.
There's a report in our principal's report tonight about their plans for next year.
And go ahead and review that for the edification.
Can we do that under principal's report?
Sure.
Yeah, I'd like to give Kathy that opportunity. Any other board communication? It was good dialogue, so this meeting last week. And that dialogue would not have taken place if it was not broadcast. So that's one of the things. I was really pleased to have that kind of feedback from the community. Really pleased to have that kind of dialogue.
There's parents that were pretty upset.
So, any other board communication? If you have time, KSB is doing Wednesday noon meetings, webinar dialogue, just to keep people connected to the work in the state. I know that we will be getting direction from KSBE by our next July meeting about the plans if we do have to go back into a shutdown mode, what their expectations for us are, and they're working on that. And I know that our district is working on it too, but we'll be watching for that. So if you're free on I think the next one's on the 17th at noon, a Zoom call to be in dialogue with other board members across the state. Okay, Mr. Stubbs.
I do want to say that this is the first time we've had all 7 board members in the room at the same time, so we do need to get a picture.
The working man.
I can put you in the back row.
I'll have to go out to my car first.
You did pretty good in there. You're not
I'm sitting in the window when I pulled my hair back. You want to take a picture? All right.
Several things to look at.
Thank you for derailing every one of us.
Yeah. We're not going to hear anything.
No. We've tried it several times. We've always got one absent. We're on
COVID.
The next option was to take a screenshot of the Brady.
It actually would be really funny.
That would be better.
It really would be kind of funny. Andy, get on it.
Leave me right in the middle of that. We'll just have
But everybody has to look forward. We can't be looking over our shoulders.
Waiting tall or not.
That's funny.
Okay, we've been in discussions with Cindy and the foundation. Wanted to know if there were concerns from the board's perspective on hosting Prairie Patch come November. It takes a long time to prepare that. There's question as to whether or not we want to open our building to those people, those thousands of people from all across the state to come into our building. Looking at November is probably the date, and it's just really difficult when you think it's November is 5 months away, and we've got a long time from now and then to figure out what's going to change, whether we're going to have a rebound or we're going to get past this. Nobody knows.
So, we've had these conversations, and it's really not an easy decision to make. Everybody wants to get past this. Everybody wants to move on. It is the potential of, bring all these people in that you would bring contaminants potentially into the building. It happens on Saturday, getting it fumigated in time for Monday kids would be extremely difficult. I'm leaning towards hosting it, but it's going to be a risk. Well, hosting a football game is going to be a risk. Hosting a volleyball tournament on a Saturday is going to be a risk.
We have a lot of kids that help.
Yeah, there's a lot of high school kids that help.
It's not like it's just bringing in people and then cleaning before the kids come back. We have a lot of high school kids that help set up and tear down.
Well, and conversely, it's fundraising for a lot of their activity.
Yes, it's an important call in our
Yeah, they need to be here to help.
Keep it on
I'm just
wheel.
saying, for people like kids in the building.
No, I agree with where you're going.
But we also don't have a crystal ball. We have no idea if there's
What would be the, Roger, what would be the reason not to go ahead and say yes at this time with the stipulation that as we move closer, if something happens that we begin to change our mind? What do you think that, to be fair to them, what would be our drop dead date to say, now we can't do this?
That's a great question. I don't have an easy answer for you on that. I would think,
September 15th.
a lot of those instances, they will plan out their calendar months in advance. People, if we cancel ours, the vendors who come would immediately start scouring the 4-state region for something to replace it with. So I don't know. We get into a position, you never know when you get into November, you're going to have a freak snowstorm and have to shut it down, or from COVID rebound, you're going to shut it down, whatever. It is a possibility, always. So I don't know. It's hard to 5 months in advance to say for sure, and then you feel like a fool if it comes around and there's nothing. But
I'll tell you, I would, for this, as we walked into when the situation first arose, our student safety and health is, in my opinion, and I think the board's opinion, the top priority. And I understand fundraising is important, but student health is a top priority. And I would rather err on the side of caution and look like a fool in November that nothing occurred than to not be as cautious and to have a student or a family be impacted because of our decision. That's where.
And if we make the decision now, student organizations that are using that as a fundraising platform could plan something differently.
But you don't think if we delay that type of decision, and I'm putting words in the Roger mouth, say 60 days, is there any difference to us? We just extended our position, maybe they came up with a vaccine by then.
Well,
they may not rebound.
we won't get as many vendors.
No, I'm saying, we say we're going to go as planned now and revisit it 60 days.
the biggest issue is the amount of work that will happen over those several months, with recruiting vendors and signing people up and all the stuff that Cindy does to gear up for getting on the calendar and those things. That's what we would have invested if we went forward. But again, we can do that and make decisions closer as to whether or not it's rebounding, or we could be the cause of the rebound. That's one of the big concerns, is you have these mass gatherings. That could be the thing that kicks it off.
How many did we have in McPherson County, Leslie? From your article, I apologize, I didn't read the whole thing, but I was trying to drive. No?
Yeah, USD County has 60 cases.
Yeah.
And their last case was on May 20th, which is kind of that's a bit. A lot.
There was a press conference I didn't get to watch today at 4. Did anybody see it?
No, I saw it today at 4 too. But there's a cluster, like 4 of those 6 are in a cluster, but still, like the whole point is that
We would be a cluster.
the cluster effect is still there.
If we were having football, volleyball, and all those things before that, we're probably going to see it
Right.
before a prairie patch. I mean, is that a fair?
It's a huge concern, especially the distances we're traveling in football, and you intermix from outside. Saline County posted 2 over the last week.
What's the total on that?
Right now, they've only got 2 that they're monitoring. The everybody else is considered recovered and released. But I don't know.
Well, nobody wants anybody to have severe problems with that. There's no doubt.
I can tell you the Women of Achievement group has decided to not host the banquet, and that's only 200 people. And it's usually the same week.
There's all kinds of changes. I mean,
Yeah.
they're talking about the office cancel trips that we normally have.
I'm okay either way on this. I've talked with Cindy and I've talked with Mr. Garcino, and they're okay either way on this. There's concerns there, and they would obviously miss the fundraising opportunity, but we can make it work.
Is there, all right, thinking outside the box, it's a habit. Is there a way to do this virtually? Is there a way to have a prairie patch, like a sponsored site type thing? Is there a way to do this?
Buy it online.
Buy it online, then the proceeds come here, become a clearinghouse. Maybe it works, maybe it doesn't. The thought.
Roger, if we decide not to take action on this tonight and wait the 60 days, I would be okay with taking a recommendation from Cindy. If we tell Cindy, we're just going to wait and see, but we might cancel it at the last minute, and she's like, well, then I think I just can't put that much amount of time in it. Like, we would be fine.
And I think it's, again, one of the big concerns there is it is a very large task.
Yeah, it's a huge event.
And if you just gauge your
That's kind of what I heard of something. Well, yeah, it's
Right now, I would be not having it. The information that I have that we have today, that's where I personally land. But if Cindy is comfortable moving forward with it, I'm not speaking for just me. If the board decides 60 days from now that we're not going to have it, I err on the side of probably I would have to be convinced to have it at this point in time. She's comfortable moving forward with that, that's okay. But
I think she had reservations. And
I'm fine with this. I'm fine with just saying, no, we're not going to go through the extra work. That's just not to me.
I think really the question is, are you comfortable with having that many people in the building with all of them? Because you're looking at all of the common areas.
Well, and the other piece of it is, if there is a rebound, and we do have it, we won't, you have to come in. You have personal choice of whether you attend it or not.
Right. Well, if they come back to school next Monday, don't have a personal choice.
Right.
Well, we gotta have.
Right. Yeah, or the kids that are working their booth.
And that's where I am. Like, if even if we said we can completely clean the school down before Monday, just because of the health of some of my kids in my house, my kids probably would be able to, Art would probably not be able to come and help on Saturday as an NHS member. So I think that we would have to let people know you might not have as much help if you do come this year.
Well, I think if we have a big rebound, we just say, no, that's.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. Everybody.
Everything is status quo right now.
We need to remember, if there is a rebound, the state's going to make some decisions likely at that point too, and go back to the rules that we're following under before. So it would become a moot point. It won't be us. It'll be
county or state.
Yeah. That make sense?
So do we want to wait? Do we want to make a decision tonight?
I I put the decision on Cindy and Roger, because they're the ones going to have to.
And the Ed Foundation.
And with the knowledge that we're fine with.
Oh, yeah. Or whatever decision you make.
Okay.
Except for having two.
Yeah. But, I mean, it could be a jumping off point to think about some kind of a
Virtual or something, yeah. I mean, percentage of the proceeds go here. It may be found your wildest dreams how good
Well,
that
don't Facebook Live.
Yeah, a little auction thing going.
So then, one last thing is, as mentioned, as far as COVID updates go and school for next year, all plans are for normal school. But as we do that, we have to consider contingencies. And those are things that we will work on over the course of the next couple of months, is what does that look like if we have to come up with contingencies. The State Department, it has a task force that is currently reviewing state standards and trying to boil them down to essential standards. They will be coming out with a report. It is scheduled to be released July 10th. That will come out with grade band essential skills. And it really came out of those last 9 weeks where we were supposed to move kids along, but they wanted to boil it down to what was absolutely necessary that these kids have, peel everything back and make sure they get what they must have to start next year, basically, to get that. And that conversation just rolled into the task force of, which honestly is becoming a curricular review from the ground up. That report is due out July 10, and there's going to be work that circles around that will come out with some recommendations for what that looks like if we're not fully in session or if there's adjustments that need to be made.
Roger, who's putting that report out?
It's KSDE, the Department of Ed. They've got over 100 teachers and administrators from across the state on a task force, and they've got like 200 more that are going to review the document and give feedback. When that initial step is done, and then they're going to roll that out. And with that in mind, I would like permission to schedule some work sessions in July after the release. That would be for staff, and would be paid work days in addition to the calendar to review that document and make plans for starting school. I don't think we can wait until August. I think we need to catch it as quickly as possible so we can work on that. So I'm looking for permission for up to 4 days of work sessions after the State Department releases their new guidance to review the guidance and the start of school, how we're going to.
And those funds be encumbered from this year's budget balances?
They potentially could be. The other thing I was considering was to estimate potential costs, roll it into contingency, then pull it out of contingency next year to pay for that.
Why couldn't that be some of our COVID money?
It could. It could. So there's several different ways we could pay for that. We have just over a year to use up the COVID money.
September of 2021.
Yes. And so there's several different thoughts that are going on, whether we expand the summer school or start an after-school program to try and catch up skills or some of those things. Again, with our transportation, some of those options are cumbersome, but we'll look at different funding mechanisms for the work week. But with your permission, and I met with the negotiating team briefly today, and I threw this out just for feedback to them as well. I think we would probably get good attendance for something like that.
So I know one of your biggest concerns is transportation and the recommendations that have come out. Is that something that you would be working on in July, or are you and James already having those conversations?
We are not
we're not going forward with that too aggressively at this point. As things are moving forward now, we can still put 40 or 50 kids on a bus as we phase out and move forward. And the recommendations they came out with 6 foot distancing on a bus, you ended up with 7 or 8 kids per bus. And it's not feasible.
And I had that conversation with the patron on Saturday night, and because he had read those recommendations also. So what are you going to do? Oh, we actually haven't talked about it yet.
Well, I mean, these are conversations that we're having. I'm on usually 2, maybe more superintendent groups meetings per week. It's been as many as 4 or 5. One of the considerations is that we will go to a mileage reimbursement and everybody transports their own. In which case,
I
don't have any of that issue.
If that's the direction that we think we might be heading, I would say the sooner we can make that decision, the better, because there are going to be a lot of people that impact. We have to figure that out.
And
it don't work.
It's frustrating on some of these things because I could pretty much project that if we did that, there's going to be some patrons that go out and buy buses and start carpooling 10, 15, 20 kids at a time on a privately owned bus. And they're going to not be 6 feet apart, and we will have just shifted the problem from being on our bus to being on somebody else's bus. You can buy a used bus pretty easily. So it wouldn't surprise me a bit to have somebody organize that. So anyway, there's all sorts of considerations. I did kind of want to give a breather to people who worked very, very hard to get us through last year, but we're not going to be able to just not deal with it. We're going to have to start, and I think right as soon as that's over, we look at it in earnest.
Any questions for Roger on this report?
Already covered bond issue updates.
Pretty much have the tech section is actually still under budget. We had some bids come in cheaper than what we had anticipated. So we still will have some money. We still have another year to expend that. And you can see some of the progress. The sidewalk is progressing wonderfully. The pavement is progressing wonderfully. We're in really pretty good shape.
Did they get the internet done then in the building?
The internet is progressing. There's going to be one huge, Andy is on, we're going to have to schedule an outage. They're going to have to pull the server, and the server creates the internet. So there's going to be an outage, and it may be several days, and that's going to be a huge issue for us. We've got summer school in the building, 8 to 10 kids who are doing credit recovery, and it's all online. And of course, everything that we do it's nice that we have shifted to online platforms. It's automatically backed up. It's
I'll have it down.
Yeah, it's just like.
One moment.
Oh, I wish we had some really fun thing that we could like put in front of our screen. Like technical difficulties. Like, we could make one. We could take a 5-minute break. Yes, please. Use time wisely. That would be great.
I'm ready.
We're gonna take a break while this is taking place. Oh, 6. Never mind. Oh, come on. You're close. It's the superintendent, the principal's report. That's all it is.
Okay.
Okay, anything else for Mr. Stumpf?
No, thank you.
Okay.
Fees you put in there, just FYI, you've already said it.
We set our fees, and I just wanted to give a reminder of, we did those last year, and then we got rid of the activity bus fee, so we took another step this year. I didn't have that data. We'd kind of talked about that.
Okay, we are ready for the principal's report.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah,
We were using Roger's computer, but not through the,
that'll work.
You can hear me?
they can't hear.
I can turn it up.
Is that the-
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. This being the June meeting, I just wanted to the opportunity to commend staff one last time on a job well done with the continuous learning, and to also commend our parents for their collaboration, because without their help, we wouldn't have been able to be as successful as we were. So kudos to our staff and to our parents for making it a successful continuous learning opportunity. And Jimmy, I was going to bring that up tonight because I wanted to make sure that you guys were aware that it has been discussed, because I too heard from people, and it was the first thing on my board report. That's how important that it was. There will be a kindergarten program. Instead of during the day, it will be in the evening. That gives people the opportunity who cannot attend during the day to come in the evening. So probably the biggest change about that. They'll still have a program. They'll still be recognized for their accomplishments. We just didn't have the program this year because of the COVID-19. And the same thing I mentioned with the 6th grade, we'll have the DARE graduation, and we'll have their promotion and their recognition during that same program like we do every year, and it's also in the evening. And other than that, I don't have anything additional to what was in my board report.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Sure.
Is there any additional questions for Mrs. Foreman? All right, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
You have a nice few weeks of break.
Few weeks, rub it in. Yeah, it'll be good. Thank you.
Dr. Ogle? Oh, nice to see you.
Thank you. I wanted to say that I did receive a lot of feedback from parents and even board members about the 8th grade graduation. And I personally think that anytime you take something like that away from the school, you take away from the culture of the school. And there are very few times that we as a school can get together, and so we need to cherish those moments. That's my personal feeling on the matter. But I have nothing else to add.
Well, again, thank you for your service to our teachers, and I wish you a good luck in the future.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Secretary.
My board report was basically what we're doing this summer and getting rolling on the summer. The only addition I would have is we started today, had day 1, Some other schools started last week, and some other schools aren't starting. I saw that Olathe is not starting until July 6th. So we're, we're just making our decision based on the information that we have from the state, from the county, and from our administrations. The reports I had were very well. We cleaned our equipment beforehand. We cleaned our equipment afterward. Cleaned the volleyballs. We had the kids coming in the back door, bringing their own water bottles. So I think day one was very good as far as getting our summer program going. The interesting thing was, as I drove up, some of those kids were leaving, and it was very good to see the smiles on their faces, and then talk to coaches later. The ability to get those kids back together, I think is very, very good for them and for us. So I know they enjoyed it. I don't know if they enjoyed all the conditioning, but I know they enjoyed being back together. So that was a good step going forward, and hopefully we can continue that throughout the summer.
Mr. Sager, do they still run suicides?
We don't call them suicides anymore. We call them something else. Yeah, they call them wind sprints now, but.
Okay. That's a good idea.
Yes, it was.
Are there any other questions for Mr. Sager?
I have another question for Dr. Ogle.
For Dr. Ogle, okay.
Actually, sorry, Dr. Ogle. It's been this difficult. I read your comment about the vigor.
What was that? I didn't hear it.
I saw your comment about rigor in the classroom.
Yes.
And I just I appreciate that observation. It's been one thing on my mind, and hope teachers will still push for rigor in the classroom. And this was your comment. I appreciate that observation.
Thank you. I think really, if there's a way we can stress that, I think it's going to be very important if we can, because especially if there's the possibility of having intermittent loss of education and learning, it's really going to be critical that the time we have is used wisely.
I also want to say I really appreciate. I better put my mic on.
No.
Oh no, that's right. Excuse me, Paul. I wanted to also say I really appreciate your thought process that says we don't want to be the state average. We need to be above the state average, and I think we've got to really strive to do that, and that's so important to the students that we serve. We shouldn't be satisfied with the state average. We need to really look hard and make sure that we do increase that.
Right, and I know that there were several comments about neighboring schools and neighboring communities that had a no-fault policy, but I really felt very strongly that our students needed to acclimate very quickly, because we need to be able to roll with whatever punches come in the future. And if we don't hold them accountable at all times, then our students will be behind.
Yeah. The world's not going to skip. We've got to educate them so they can move forward.
Right.
And my second question, you mentioned the 8th grade promotion, and I understand that some of the details may change, but the administrative team that's on the page is continuing.
Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Ogle.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions for our principals? If not, it is time for executive session. And I heard that we need a break, but we have student matters with our first executive session.
It is.
And we need both secondary and elementary schools for them.
What do we need to do to prioritize everything here?
Yeah.
Andy doing that? Or?
Andy will put us in a room.
yeah, we will essentially boot everybody who doesn't need to be here, but there's not very many people that, and he'll just pause. He'll take care of it from his end.
Okay, well, can't make a mistake there.
So are you gonna take a break and then declare?
Yes. I would like to break.
How long? 5, 10? Okay. We will reconvene at 8:40 in executive session. Can we go ahead and make that motion so Kelsey doesn't have to come back?
You're gonna take
We're
10
taking
minute
a
break?
break and then we're gonna go into executive session.
You're gonna take a 10-minute break?
We're gonna take a 10-minute break.
Okay.
And then how long do we need for executive session?
Thank you, Leslie.
Thank you.
I'm gonna say 15 minutes.
15 minutes? Okay, so we will reconvene at 5 till 9. Is there a motion? 3 second. Bill, all those in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion carried.
All those stay in there.
Thank you.
Okay, timer's on.
Kelsey,
She did not.
okay, Kelsey, Jill, Sharice, Andy.
I'd like to know.
Okay, so Andy. We had two people, I don't think that were on the list, I don't think finished their applications. I don't know that we had any additional, we haven't seen any additional kindergarten.
No, I've still got a 35 count.
So no new approvals, no new applicants for the kindergarten other than the ones we approved last month.
Okay, Andy is back in the session. We are live and in open session.
Oh, no.
Okay, I'm continuing, but we're socially distancing.
Sitting back to back, facing opposite directions.
I have my mask.
Okay. Next, we have executive session for personnel. Yeah, those are listed as 7.1. I'm just trying to follow the. Is there a motion to go into executive session for personnel?
I move we go into executive session for personnel with Roger.
Yes. Or.
I don't know that we're going to need principals anymore.
I don't
Should
think
we
we need
dismiss them?
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, principals.
To resume at 9:10,
Thank you.
9:11.
Thanks, Summer.
Bye. Bye.
Bye.
Is there a second? Second. All those in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Sorry.
You said 15 minutes?
Yes.
Is everybody out?
They will be in a second.
That's it. I see the button.
Move that we go back into session for the same reason for personnel for another 10 minutes.
I'll second.
Justin, second. All those in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion carried 7-0. So we'll see you at 9:22.
10 minutes.
We are live.
All right. Item 6.3 is a different personnel related issue that we'll do board alone. So I would like to go into executive session for the purpose of non-elected personnel with the board only, and that we return to open meeting at 9:40. 9:40. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Andy, that was 9:40.
18 minutes.
Okay, 6.4.
I move that the board go into executive session for the purpose of discussing matters relating to employer-employee negotiations, whether or not in consultation with representative or representatives of the body or agency, and that the board return to the open meeting at
Can we just 10 minutes?
10:08 with Roger. Okay. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed?
No. last budget neutral. It may. We are in open session.
It's been all right.
Yeah, I think so. Do you?
Okay, we are in open session.
No, they find it.
I move in that we go back into executive session for 6 minutes. 6 minutes, 10:15. All those in favor, say aye.
A little more time, going to 10:15.
I mean, I'm
Okay, so we are in open session now.
Where I wanted to go in executive because
We're going to talk about specific kid.
Make the motion, sir.
I move that we go into executive session to discuss
Student matters.
student matters. For 10 minutes.
With the board.
Well, Roger.
With the board. 1 second. Justin. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
We have a 10-minute student session, 10:26. We are in open session.
We're going to move on to 7.1.
We are good to move on to 7.1. I think Annie's got a better clock than you.
Or an alarm or something.
Yeah,
I got my timer on,
he's about to turn into a pumpkin too.
like these guys.
All right.
He said you'll work to the number.
7:30 or 6:30 to 10:30.
We're going to do it. Let's go.
Okay, so, I move to approve the list of out-of-district applications as recommended by the administration.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Hearing none, let's vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Item number 7.2 is right.
Okay.
Just the two.
I move to accept the resignation of Ann Fontes with a big thank you. And I move to non-renew Angela Stoff for 2021.
Is there any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, we'll vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, same sign. Motion carried. And lastly, here's some hiring recommendations.
We have hired a number of people. They have the capacity to give us a varying number of hours. So they've been extremely helpful, but have not necessarily been full-time. So we're extending an offer to several more people to work summer hours for us. And the things that they're doing in the building, it's going to be eye-catching. I think there's going to be a lot of very happy people coming back into that building next year. But I do recommend that we extend the summer hiring to those recommended here. Also, as we have extended the summer feeding, our director for food services is now off contract and will need to be paid hourly through the summer to continue that program. And then we have a recommendation here for volleyball, junior high volleyball, and Mike Gerritsen has experience.
I got a question on the summer hire. Are they gonna help maintain the outside of the building too?
None of
Down and mowed, weed?
None of these are specifically for that. Most of this is painting, as we're doing quite a bit of, the two libraries are huge spaces and they're taking up a lot of time. Plus there's some of the minor remodels that are going on, and that's going to take up a number of time. Right now, John is extremely busy with a lot of projects. James is doing a lot of the outside maintenance, mowing and trimming and things. And some of these can help with that, but at this point, they've been pretty busy inside.
I was just thinking, do we need to add a couple more to help keep up around the building so it doesn't look so horrible? I know we're in construction, but we can work where they're not working.
Yeah. And there is possibilities that I may ask for more. We'll see how much we're able to keep up.
On another note, I texted Tracy Dahl. I said, you need to get your playground equipment. He said it'll be out of there this week.
Great.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve the recommended hires?
I move to approve the hires rates as presented.
Second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carried. 10:30 by my clock. This meeting is adjourned.
Second.
Thank I know she'll want them. There's a sheriff's officer sitting in the parking lot, and he told me he has a warrant for one of you, and I don't know which one, he wouldn't tell me. So if anybody needs to go out the back door.
My best Jimmy.